change big to enormous.
Ooh.
See, he'll finish this at work tomorrow night.
Oh, so enormous, big, black, throbbing, purple vein.
No, enormous. Instead of big, it's enormous, black, throbbing.
You just take out the big too, so that way we have more than one vowel.
Okay, we'll start with an E.
It's not the very frickin' end.
I mean, we need the E at the start and the end because it's obviously an elevator. That's my headcanon.
Oh my god, you guys are so special, and I'm not sure this is a good thing.
Oh, we're special. There's a reason I've got a steel plate on both sides because I'm soft in the head.
All right.
This is why we're good at bouncing off one another too, because we're all the same way.
I worry about myself now.
There's a reason I've got a steel plate on both sides because I'm soft in the head.
Yeah, but you're still here.
That's why I said I worry about myself.
Oh boy. All right, well, we're officially on the internet.
So none of that acronym talk was on there.
Well, I'll think about my acronym later. All right, you know what? The last E should be edgelords.
Edgelords, huh?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
That's
just at the very end of whatever
just
ridiculous
the very
name.
Edgelords. That's the very last E.
Or something else. Something else. All right. Well, who wants to give the recap of what happened last time?
Well, some stuff happened. Some other stuff happened. We all got turned into clouds. And basically, all the mushrooms from after our night's rest had grown into one big, enormous, black, throbbing, purple-veined mushroom penis elevator.
I didn't even have to do anything to get him to say it the first time, all right?
At which point, the what seems to be basically the entire population of Bryn Shander is heading to the EBTPVMPE, abbreviated for brevity's sake. Some people found that the people were going up into the EBTPVMPE. Patent pending. And they go up into it, and they're like loading into an elevator of sorts made out of a mushroom. Big black purple vein throbbing thing. Anyway, so while everybody's clouds, obviously my character decided to just be like, F whatever everybody else is doing, I'm gonna go do my own thing. And then everybody else split up after going to the town hall where they were all supposed to meet back in an hour. Some people decided to go to Miss Robin's tent. One waited to deform from a cloud before they went in. The other one just bull rushed in because I feel like that's appropriate.
Mhm.
Found that there was some security measures in place, got trapped inside of a little ball, and is currently being turned into a divination instrument by Miss Robin, purportedly. That's what we were told. That Victor decided to try and tell Warwick whenever they met up later about it, and of course Warwick doesn't believe him because, it's Victor. Let's see. Chris decided to take a tour of the rickety building that is the town hall of Bryn Shander. Found one room that was really hot. And Eldwin did something.
Searched around the town.
Yeah,
basically.
he searched grid by grid. He also found out that they were going up into the mushroom.
Mhm.
Warwick found that the spores basically were creating a film on top of the town's water supply. So people probably have been drinking them in because maybe nobody checked that. Daisy did cat stuff.
Yep.
Graham decided to spend most of the session hanging out inside of a glass ball, being used for divination thingies. And then we all decided to go try and talk to Cynthia Battlehammer, so we figured out where the dwarves were at. Some people stopped to talk. Eldwin decided, F that, I'm just going to go as a cloud down as far as I can. Tried to do that, found he couldn't get so far doing that, found he was turning back to normal. Found a discreet location to do so, only to run into a rogue named Fenris. At which point, the rest of the party was invited down, and Eldwin had a nice little talk with Fenris. And that's basically the main beats, I think.
Yeah,
Oh, and
it is.
the handmaidens, yeah, they're into me. Just saying.
The only thing about what you said that I think we need to clarify is that nobody knows what's going on with Grimald.
Yes, that's true. Nobody really knows what's going on with Grim. I was just elucidating it all for the folks watching at home.
Chris has a suspicion, I believe, and he told a couple people of his suspicion, but that's really all we have.
Suspicion of what?
Like he had a suspicion that something happened to Grim because he saw a cloud go in and he never came out, so he has a suspicion
was
something.
Victor.
That was Victor.
And I
Victor,
did mention
oh,
that.
yeah, yeah.
He mentioned it to work, and I don't believe him.
Okay.
Victor.
That's what happened.
Yeah, Victor mentioned that another cloud went into Robin's store before Victor did.
Yes.
Victor asked all the wrong questions and got no answers, but did not see a cloud leave either. And by process of elimination,
It's
you
still
guys
in there.
don't know where Grim is.
Also,
I had the
another
wrong
thing I
name
forgot
written
to
down.
mention, Victor decided to trade his instrument for another instrument that I'm sure will not at some point come back to bite us all in the ass.
Yeah. I just got to change the name around because I wrote down the wrong name. That's what happened.
He got exactly what he wanted.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. He was tired of people running away from him whenever he played the flute. He wants them to run towards him.
Well,
Done.
Weapons out.
yeah.
And he didn't say anything about liking the music, so
No, you're right. I did not say anything about liking the music. I did say that you basically fall in love with the guy. So good luck.
Hmm.
Right.
So yeah, Eldwood was all like dope druid shit, misty cloud form into this place. Did some metagaming nonsense to go left instead of right, but that's fine. Nobody cares about that particular thing. Made him
I
roll some
didn't.
dice on what rooms he's going into that he could potentially run into a previous iteration of him. Only to find out that after he recongealed himself, even his dope ass passive perception was not enough to notice this figure with a dagger at his throat. Of course, now they're basically best friends.
Yes.
I guess that
We're already
makes
having tea together, so
I guess that makes Fenris a stereo. Start off with a knife to your throat. Now you're having tea together. Just saying.
Well, in
Crazy.
that case, I
Anyway,
hate this character.
time to kill him.
Yeah.
He did say something about putting a little lookout on an eclectic group that comes in to let him know, and then at least then you'll know that your friends may or may not have arrived. He had some tea and some scones arrive that he warned you just to only consume one in a day's time. That consuming more, and then he proceeded to tell you about this turtle he once knew, that there was this terrible situation of being trapped in snow and upset stomach, and it was bad. So you took him for his word. You had the blue scone, and you recovered up to a 5th level spell slot, which is kind of nice, kind of sweet, kind of nice. The Why is the music just so quiet? That's better for me, which is all that I care about.
Nice to know.
Oh, that wasn't apparent ahead of time. Now you know. For Eldwin, eventually, after having some tea and the scone and had a little bit of conversation, a figure does come to the door, and Fenris kind of just says, "Come on in." And there's a little bit of whispering into his ear, and he goes, "All right." And then he looks over to you and goes, "Well, I think the friends of yours are here. So, follow this one."
right, will do.
That trampy. The trampy.
Bet Pampy?
That-
He changed the acronym around.
Wow, you just had to come up with different words for. Okay. Whatever.
Version 1.
Yeah. As that individual leads you away, Eldwin, going back the hallway that you recognize, going through a couple of doors, see the long hallway, then off to the right, the obvious way up. You're in that T space that looks familiar,
Mm-hmm.
and you can just see the group of adventurers maybe about 80 feet in front of you, and this particular dwarf that came and got you just tells you to catch up to them.
Yeah, I'll just run up, well, jog up. I'm not gonna book it at him.
So, I mean, Warwick, you notice that you have gained a party member. And so does Daisy. Victor, you're just really enthralled about being down here and still alive. This
Yep.
is some cool shit. As you all are being led in this underground, oddly warm homestead, I guess, cave structures. The ambient light seems to be continuously from some kind of lava source, and every so often, on opposing walls. So one will be on the right, and then further down one will be on the left, and it just keeps going like that. You're not sure what's holding the liquid magma back, but it's at least visible enough to radiate one heat and light, the burning color into the hallway that you're in. And you follow this long hallway for about another 200 feet, and then you can see at about 40 feet in front of you is a set of double doors. They're not very tall. This place was only meant for dwarves, so at most your ceilings are your hallway here at parts is 6 feet tall, and that's rare. So any of you who are taller are hunched down, or scraping your head up against the ceiling and you're bleeding to death currently. One of the two. Your choice. Death by scalping on the roof, or just keep walking. When you go ahead.
I was gonna say we'll suffer the backache.
Okay, good enough. As you get to those doors, the two ladies that were leading you, both at the same time, turn and look back, and they both, still at the same time, say, "Welcome to the Great Hall of the Battlehammer Clan." And the doors open. And this room that you guys are able to see seems to go on for hundreds of feet before you can just make out at the very on the opposite wall of you this kind of bluish color. You can't really tell what it is. But you do hear the clattering and moving of people, and smells. The smell of this place is food and beer. This is definitely some kind of massive banquet hall. And as they lead you inside here, and you're kind of able to really look around and see what it is you're walking into, the place itself is massive in size. It's as though this one room could potentially house maybe the entire clan or more of dwarves in here. Like, this is massive. There are stone pillars that seem to help support the weight of this structure. You can see that there are multiple hundreds of incredibly long benches that have people sitting at them. People are eating and drinking. There are people just constantly moving around. Like this is busy. Some things that you would be able to notice. Warwick and Elduin for sure. Why does everybody go ahead and just give me an active perception check?
Yeah, I don't know shit.
No, like I
the
said.
wrong one.
Deception. Wow.
I hit the wrong one. Sorry. Shut up. Athlon, I have a tendency to hit something on the mouse multiple times.
Well, like I expected, Warwick and Elduin, you two are able to discern some differences here. You can how big the structure is, and that, again, that blue light or something, the complete opposite end. On the left and right walls, though, all the way up, are just hundreds on the left and on the right archways, as though they branch off into other tunnels. However, there is one immediately to your left that is a completely different size than the others, and it is perfectly circular. It's different. It's perfectly circular. It's not an arched way like the rest of the entryways are. The size is different. It's smaller than the archways, only being about 5 foot in diameter, but it's perfect circle.
Above table, I know what this is, but does Elduin know anything about underground creatures that could make this?
Uh, Give me a nature check at disadvantage.
I hit advantage. That's my bad. Should be the other way around. Which would be
3.
3. Yeah.
There's nothing to indicate that they didn't do this, so there's nothing for you there.
Okay.
You just note that it's different size and shape than the rest. So as you're all led into this room and kind of looking around, I would say, yeah. Everybody, again, one more perception check, please. except for Grim, who's in a tiny ball.
Oh, there's that natural 20.
Warwick knows what that smell is. Eldwin knows what that smell is. Daisy knows what that smell is. Damn, Victor's the only one who doesn't know what that smell is.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, some kind of a thick soup is being served, and it smells of beer and cheese.
Is it beer cheese soup?
Where'd that recipe come from?
Hey man, some things stayed. If only the turtle were here to enjoy it.
But he got fisted to death multiple
Yes, he did.
times.
What?
I mean, you could literally say hundreds.
Mhm.
Hundreds of fisted to death.
What?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Mhm.
Clearly, I need to ask you about that later.
No, you don't.
No, you don't, he says. So the two.
I have so many good memories of listening to Grim talk, though.
The two ladies, after having you all come into this room, are any of you hungry? Do you require nourishment?
Sure.
Mm,
I'm fine, thank you.
I'm good.
I'm fine for now, ladies. If you could please point us to where Lady Battlehammer is at.
One says this, and the other one says way. As I continue down this long ass trek in this room. And as you guys are walking down and seeing these tables, and again, just they're not like every seat and every table's not like full, but a lot of them have quite a few dwarves there. Like there's quite a few. There's hundreds of people down here. Only dwarves though. All of you are different than anybody else down here. I will say that all of you would take note that every single one of them is armed, to include children. Whether it's a dagger at their side or a full-on hammer or sword, quite a few are wearing some kind of protective armor. It's like a chitin-type leather, a chest piece, or some full-on body leathers, or even just heavier armors. Like everybody is armed and armored. They all look like they are ready for war.
You beat me to that punch because I was literally just about to ask that question.
As you continue making your way down and seeing the different peoples, I mean, you're all being stared at. Like, you are what's different. Some of the glances are hostile. Most aren't, but some are.
Okay.
As you get about halfway down this room, I can't really say building, it's a room, you're able to see that on the opposite end, that blue light, now that you're closer, appears to be a massive fireplace that is roaring with blue fire. From that, you're able to see off in the top left and right sections of walls different mosaics that tell different stories of wars the Battlehammer clan has been in. And you can see that off to the right, as you're getting closer to that center of blue fire, one is being added to, one is being created. And you can see where it's this room seems peaceful, and then suddenly this worm comes out of a corner, and there then are figures of darker elves coming in, and then they have these 6 people that seem to have a little bit of glow about them heading into the tunnel, and that they haven't completed, but that's as far as they've gone. You get closer to that fireplace, and it's getting warmer. It's getting much warmer as you get closer to it. And eventually you're able to see that in front of that is this really long, in the center of the walkway, massively long table that stretches almost from wall to wall, left to right. Whereas this entire way there has been a pathway down the center to get up to this area. This table seems to then stop that walk, as though this is
The head table.
the head table, correct. You will note that there is a pretty detailed and smoothly styled some kind of metal chair in the center of that table that its back faces that fire almost perfectly, almost symmetrically in line. But nobody sits there. Instead, what rests in that chair appears to be smithing tools.
Okay.
As you're looking at it, to your right, so as you're looking at the chair, to your right is a smaller chair, but still exquisitely detailed. And the metalwork, it looks like whoever or whatever this was made out of was multiple metals bent and twisted and shaped together. There are strange bluings into it, and dark silvers, and it's almost like marbled. It's a very smooth texture. It looks like it'd be really uncomfortable to sit in. And it probably is. But it's pretty. It's a very, very intricate piece of art. And at that table, at that chair, nobody sits. And you're looking around like, okay, these two brought us here, like, where
Where are
the
we?
lady of the house? Where's the queen? And then as you're kind of looking around, not really understanding, there are other chairs on this long ass table, and you can tell that each chair has some kind of different design to it, as though they are made for specific people. Why doesn't everybody give me an intelligence ability check?
Yeah, I have a.
You just push the INT on your character sheet
Yeah.
and then hit ability check.
I got it. I was just hitting the
Yep.
wrong button.
Victor, Daisy, Warwick. Dang, the three of you, especially Daisy for sure. But the three of you, that these chairs are probably made for heads of the subclans that make up the Battlehammer clan itself.
Okay.
And that so each one is different according to
What they do.
who it was made for, what they do. Each chair seems to tell a story. And as you are looking at these chairs and seeing the intricate work, to your left, the very end of the table, you can see that there are 4 other handmaidens and one individual that seems to be colder than the rest. And the ladies that guided you here go, ah, why is she? As they look to each other, this way. And they start making their way to your left, down that long ass table.
Now they want us to follow them?
Yes.
Okay.
It takes a couple minutes. It's a big fucking room. That's a long fucking table.
Mm-hmm.
But anybody who, like, the table, even the table is full of artwork, designs of different battles and pieces of metalwork that has been created. I mean, that's it. Everything here tells a story of some kind, and you have to start at one end and get to the other to get the whole story. You just see glimpses as you're going down the street.
Okay.
As you get to the end, the 4 handmaidens look, and for a moment, Warwick everybody except for Victor. Man, Victor, your pass is just, well, it's not the worst, but it's not the best. Everybody except for Victor notice that there's a second of hostility, as though, how fucking dare you interrupt the Queen's meal, before recognition and blank faces are back. And the two, again, together, almost as though they are one person, say, Queen Battlehammer, the surface dwellers are here with one that I believe you are acquainted with. The very, very prim and proper, like puts her cutlery down, napkin dabbing the face, folding it correctly, placing it over the plate before looking over and then going, Warwick?
Lady Battlehammer, it's good to see you're in better health now.
It's nice that you're not mushroom zombie thing.
Indeed. I couldn't help but notice that things are a bit tense around here. Would that have to do something with the fact that from what I can tell, damn near the entire population of Bryn Shander is being Pied Pipered towards the giant mushroom?
Give me, give me an insight roll work. Is that the number you want to keep, or you want to burn DM inspiration?
Nah, let's use that DM inspiration. Heck with it.
Oh yeah, much better.
I don't know, what is that?
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
18? 18, yeah. We'll go with the 18.
I'm going to say 19.
Okay.
Um,
Float your boat. I'm here for it.
right, because you only rolled a 2. 7 minus 2 is 5, so 5 plus 14.
Oh, yeah. Math.
19.
Quick maths.
That's okay. It's that new kid math with blocks and shit. I don't fucking know how to do that shit.
Yeah, I don't
Doesn't make
either.
any goddamn sense. Anyway, with a 19, you're able to catch these subtle. Oh, man, how do I word this? There is a moment from when you, after you say that about the surface basically being that damn near the entire populace is being hauled off to or convinced Pied Pipered into the large mushroom. There's a moment where her face is in shock. And then she looks around at the handmaidens and goes, "How long has it been?" And the handmaidens look at each other, look at her, then look at you all, and then look at each other, look at her, and look at you all like, it's only been a few hours? And then the Cynthia looks back at you and goes, "Is that true? It's only been a few hours since you and I have talked."
Since you and I last spoke over the wall? Okay, above table, really quick. Are we talking, because the last time we spoke, if I remember correctly, was across the wall. Did I speak to her at the wall?
You two were, yes, the wall was the conversation last. So it's been almost a day.
Let's say it's not been just a few hours. It's been longer than that. Because it was like halfway through that day, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
So it's been almost a full 24 hours.
Yeah. I to my best recollection, it's been about 24 hours. It was yesterday that you and I spoke.
He looks back to her, to the handmaids, and says, "That's not a few hours." How? 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 What? What is going on? She seems genuinely confused.
Just quick point of clarification: is she asking me how, why, what's going on, or is she asking the handmaidens?
She doesn't seem to be talking to anybody in particular right now.
Gotcha.
She's just kind of talking. Give me an insight roll.
It's like the one thing I'm not good at.
When she looked confused and clarified that that wasn't a few hours to her handmaidens, do her handmaidens look shocked to me at all?
Eldwin, give me an insight roll. Okay, so both of you are going to get different information here. For Warwick, something's different with Cynthia. This is not the same person that was above ground. She looks the same. The cold aura is, I mean, it's strange. You're pretty close to that fucking fire, but you still feel the cold aura. But you are surrounded by a bunch of handmaidens that are also revealing some cold aura, so can't really tell that itself. Her voice is the same, but this isn't the same confident individual. For Eldwin, it's not so much shock as what word this?
Asking the right question if you have to think.
I would say it's more disbelief. It's more disbelief
Okay.
Okay.
than shock. And insight only gives you so much. I didn't want to say too much. I wanted to give you what you got. So,
So during all this, Victor is watching everybody else that's within eyeshot at this long table. Because if she's down here at the end, then they would be above her.
so
Maybe.
there is nobody else at this long table.
There's nobody else.
Nobody else.
They're
at
all
this long
empty
table.
chairs.
Yes. The only chairs that are not empty are the main one that you saw that had forging tools resting in the seat instead of a person. And then there was nobody else at this long ass table until you looked way down to the left and the handmaidens kind of guided you down there to see that sitting down at the end was Lady Battlehammer. Standing up around her were the 4 handmaidens that were with her. So now there's 6 handmaidens. The 5 of you, because Chris is here, and Cynthia Battlehammer, of which Lady Battlehammer is still sitting in seemingly disbelief at what she's hearing.
Is there another table that is close you know, that other
Sure.
old
So
warriors
the
are
next
sitting at?
no. So the next closest table is about 40 feet away,
All right.
and there are a couple people like sitting there. Again, every single table had a handful. Some had a bit more. Some had a bit less. Every table has somebody sitting down and eating. Um, Victor, go ahead and give me a perception check. Nice. Big O 22 there. I will say that as you are, you the next closest people that's at that table, some of them have this beer cheese soup. Some of them have what looks like steak. A lot of them seem to be drinking some kind of blue liquid.
Okay. Now, are they paying attention to Cynthia and her astonishment? And what kind of reaction did they have?
So no, as far as the people on the other table, no,
They're not paying any attention
They're-
to her at all.
they're paying any attention. They're 40 feet away. They're more looking at the goat on
The-
two legs than anything else.
Sure. Okay.
The cat
Well-
on two legs wielding two massive weapons on her teeny tiny frame without falling over.
Well,
It's kind
you
of
know,
a
we
feat of
don't
strength
want
in and of itself.
to look like steak on a hoof, you know.
Well, no, that guy decided to get himself stuck into a ball. Steak.
After noticing this, I'm gonna telepathy to work. Something isn't right here. If you think this is a good idea, just give me a thumbs up. If you think it's not, thumbs down. Could I check their thoughts for anything inconsistent with our memories?
I'll put my one hand behind my, just kind of put it behind my back,
Uh-huh.
and I'll give him the sign for 1 minute. Just hold on 1 second.
Okay.
You want me to roll for that? You're just gonna let me do it?
No, I mean nobody cares what you're doing behind your hand.
Well, behind my back.
Yeah, I mean, as far as they know, your hands are just behind your back. You're just like standing at attention. Like you're not trying to cast anything. You just
Fair
put
enough.
a finger up. Like, what does
Um,
it matter to them? What's
what?
going on?
Pardon me if this is a bit forward, but do you remember the first time that you and I talked with one another?
I remember it was in the tents.
Yes, it was. Do you remember the experiment that we performed on that poor soul who was in the intensive care area?
You did some thing with, I don't know, telepathic magics to hold spores in place.
Do you remember enclosing the medical tent areas inside a giant dome of ice?
She looks to the handmaidens. And then looks back to you. I did what?
Yes, so there was a point where maybe Victor went in and decided to try and lift some spirits with his own unique brand of entertainment. And, well, we found out the hard way that the infected seem to not like loud, grating noises, at which point they rose up, became violent, and then you cordoned off the entire medical area inside of a warded dome of ice. Which ultimately culminated in, best I can figure from the brief description I was given, them trying to coalesce into a large myconoid form, at which point your assistant burned the entire interior of the glass dome and managed to get you out just in time, only to sacrifice herself because she was infected by walking back into the conflagration.
She stands up. Now, from sitting down, standing up. Give me a perception roll, Orc.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me. That's gonna make this DC probably doable for you. Give me a history roll with advantage. Okay.
Quick side question. When she stood up, did she actually stand up or did she float up?
You're gonna have to wait.
Oh, fair enough. Door's closed. I understand.
Well, you may or may not be getting that answer.
Oh, well, fair enough. Because that was
Mhm.
a question I was going to ask, as I was already thinking about that. Is she going to float or is she going to walk? Because that's definitely indicative of a split personality of some sort. Oh, I'm sorry, we're not supposed to say that. Dissociative identity.
What?
I got Grim to crack a smile when I said that. I saw it on camera. I feel like we're in a iRobot right now. When Will Smith's talking to the hologram, he's like, "Now you're asking the correct question."
Yeah.
Yeah. The problem I have with that is every time he asked the right question, then the hologram just stopped. It just went away. It's like, okay, I asked the right question. Give me the fucking answer.
No, but then you got the answer right afterwards in the movie. Like it had to do with you're on the right track there, bud.
Yeah, I know, but it's like if you're gonna tell me I'm asking the right question and not literally give me the answer, this is a little mean there.
You know what? iRobot is one of those like good bad movies.
I will agree with that.
Yeah. I liked it.
Like it's not like
It's
overall
not the book.
it wasn't a very good movie, but it's one of those movies that's like, it's kind of like Independence Day.
Yeah. Now it was nowhere near as good as the book.
If you don't,
iRobot is a
think about it too
fabulous
hard,
book.
It's pretty
But-
decent. It's like the John Wick movies. It's like just don't think hard about it.
Yeah.
Just
Just
enjoy the fact
Yeah.
that Keanu Reeves is killing a bunch of people.
right. Just enjoy it.
That's why I like Pacific Rim.
Well, no, I mean, there's other reasons to like Pacific Rim. First off, giant robots. I mean, that's. I'll already
That's it.
watch that movie.
Yeah.
Kaiju battles are just fun, period. So,
Then
Like,
you had
the movie
giant
could-
robots fighting monsters, and I was like, "Fuck, say less."
You could have an hour and a half fight, and I would have been fine. With
Yeah.
like, just
Yeah.
just both sides yelling out moves, and yeah.
Oh, here you go. Data dump incoming.
yep,
Versus dad dump going.
it's going straight to work over there.
Works
Ah.
brain. Download complete.
So you just got to give him like 2 minutes to read and process it.
Okay, he's already firing off 1,000 more questions. Can't hide that smile.
Yeah, I can try.
There you go. That's
Mhm.
better. That's the way.
Oh, I guarantee you haven't seen it, but you should have said this is the way.
He's not wearing a helmet.
So you have seen the show, something you've finally seen.
I was successfully forced to watch it every week with my wife. Although it was only the first season, I have gotten out of the rest.
You don't need to watch it anymore.
Yeah, I will agree. The first season's best season. Stop there.
Maybe the second season.
Grim, is Daisy dead? I haven't seen her in like hours.
Something was causing her some intense itching, so she changed her clothes, and then she's just quickly taken a cold shower.
Oh. Checks out.
So
It's probably all this talk about that massive ebony throbbing purple arterial mushroom penis elevators.
Mhm.
It gets her whole skin itching.
Met Pampy. Met Pamp. The East Side.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh, okay. This
Hey,
is
oh,
this is
oh,
a
okay.
wild twist that you've just handed me here.
oh, okay. First of all, no, go ahead. Sorry. No. Keep going.
No, go ahead. I gotta.
Listen, Grim's still on the big purple dick thing. Don't worry about Grim.
Yeah.
I mean, where else is Grim gonna be? Inside of a glass ball?
This is the only thing he
Yes.
has to think about, right? What am I going to name our group
get
after
out.
seeing such a thing?
Grampies? Oh, God. Oh, man.
The tramps.
Oh.
The tramps. There it is. You're all the tramps.
Oh no, not the R. Oh, there's two in the two P's. Hold on.
I believe in you, Grim. You got this.
Okay.
So yes, actually standing up. Not floating.
I wish I could be Fenris right now because this would make knowing things above table actually
have a-
come into play.
I have a question to ask you. Can
I-
we drop down a channel really quick?
Yeah. Let's drop down the RP channel. What's up?
I'm just a bit confused with the wording here, so I want to clarify this.
Okay.
If my memory serves, Because the way I'm reading this, it sounds like the person who I thought was Cynthia Battlehammer was actually one of the handmaidens, and that the assistant was Cynthia Battlehammer. Is that
went back in to light herself on fire? Yes.
okay? But when I got the assistant, I packed her in, or who I thought was Cynthia Battlehammer, who really was Cynthia Battlehammer. I packed her in snow, and then she did, like, turn blue and then float back when she came. She didn't walk. Oh no, I carried her.
You carried her.
Did float.
So, so this one currently standing on their feet. Even factoring in the floating, this one is taller. Now that you're really kind of looking, the facial features are similar but not the same. And since you're really thinking about this, because your perception check was so high, your history check was really good, it's only at this moment that you're realizing that when you took Cynthia, I'm using air quotes here, from the handmaiden after the ice shield went down and there was still the fire and the mushrooms burning. It's only at that moment, it's only now that you're realizing then that Cynthia was handing you the handmaiden and Cynthia went back into the fire.
Gotcha. All right. So Cynthia is went back into the fire and got roasted, and this is a handmaid, or was the assistant, whose name I can't remember right now.
Yes. This individual is the one you packed snow onto. Gotcha. Same one that you talked to, quote, air quotes again, yesterday. However, now that you're really studying, the facial features are not the same as the initial Cynthia you talked to. Now, I will say, you've asked a couple questions. This one seems to have some memory, but not all.
Not all. Yeah. All right. Do you remember what the assistant's name was? Could that be part of my history roll?
I never said it.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, fair
Nope.
enough. I thought you did, but I
Nope.
could be wrong. All right, that's all I wanted to know. I just wanted to 100% clarify that I was understanding this properly.
Yes, you are understanding what I sent, and everybody here around is saying this person is Cynthia, or at least is Lady Battlehammer.
Okay, hold on. that will definitely dictate my next question. So thank you.
I mean, they're acting. I mean, other than sitting weirdly, seems to be acting like the queen. So
fair enough. All right, thank you. That's all I needed.
No worries.
Either. Oh, there. I'm about to find out if you figured any of it out.
So anyway, you take that big black dip, right? And you're gonna take it, shove it in there real hard.
Wait, are we talking about the massive ebony throbbing purple arterial mushroom penis elevator?
Yes. Always.
God, that's awful sounding.
I'm just saying that in the middle of the episode when we named the big black penis mushroom elevator thing, Daisy suddenly disappeared for a while to take a shower.
A cold shower?
That's right. A cold shower.
Shut up, I hate you all.
I'm not the one who said it. Grim's the one who said it. Right for that buzz.
Why? I don't. Man, how's that buzz feel?
That's where you were.
Yeah, I heard the beep, beep, beep. It's the bus just backed over him.
All right, Mark, what are you doing with this information? Because Eldwin's chomping at the bit to read people's minds and get brain fucked again.
Well, pardon me for being even more forward then, but, what is your first name? Or your
Cynthia,
given name?
you already know it.
Cynthia?
Yes.
Um, but, uh, I think I'm a bit confused here, because I remember talking to... I remember you there, but I was talking with what looks to be one of your handmaidens at the time?
What are you talking about? Are you
Um,
confused? Did you bump your head?
I'm pretty sure that I didn't. Anytime I was talking with you in the medical tents, I was interacting with, uh, well, a blue-skinned dwarf who was floating, whose name was Cynthia Battlehammer, and you were there, but you were the assistant to the dwarf who I knew was Cynthia Battlehammer, but looks different from you that I remember and looks more like one of your handmaidens.
Um, the five of you that are there, you're able to feel the air around you get significantly colder when your breath leaves your body, it fogs up. It's so cold. And the two that had guided you over seem to rapidly change. From their with lovely blue skin and darker blue hair and general calm and collected demeanor. They realistically they're all the handmaids are almost too perfectly have almost too perfect symmetry in their faces. They're almost too pretty. And the two that led you here turn around, and within an instant, you can see that their hair just completely freezes into ice. Their eyes seem to glaze over, and uh, a cold fog seems to just roll off their skin and just evaporate into the air as both of them make motions with their hands, um, palms up, fingers spread wide, almost in a claw-like shape, and these it's you can see armor seems to be actively forming, made of ice, with around their hand coming up into pointed claws, and they both at the same time. You should be quiet now.
No disrespect, apparently the error is on my part.
The woman who seems to be Cynthia, still standing, I think perhaps we should talk somewhere else. And then she looks over to Elduin. But she seems to be looking past and down, like near his feet. And she goes, and don't think I don't see you there. And coming out of Elduin's shadow is Fenris. And he goes, well, this has turned different. You don't look the same. Although I do remember all of you being there when this happened.
Hmm.
And she gestures towards the handmaidens. She turns and she begins walking through this archway that is behind that is from the side of the table to the side of the wall there. And the other four handmaidens, each of them seem to transform into their ice wraith form. And they gesture for you all to follow. What do you do?
Follow?
Follow,
Pretty much.
because pretty much there's a overwhelming force that would convince us to go.
Maybe for you.
While we're walking. Oh, so Elduin, nice of you to join us, by the way. Who's your new friend?
Hang on. Elduin, are you following?
Yes, I'm going to be doing something as we follow, but yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because you were about to be like, fuck this DM. Let me go sideways, motherfucker.
No, I was just making a above table comment to Victor that you guys might be screwed here, but I can leave anytime. We're underground. I can burrow and disappear anytime.
That's fair. That's fair.
Right, Warwick. This is Fenris. Apparently he's my new shadow, so...
I just took a ride is all. You were already coming this way.
Yeah. This is true. But, so far he's been friendly enough, so... That's really all I know is his name.
Well, okay then. I have a couple questions, but seeing as how we were just threatened to not talk about it, I'll wait till we reach the secondary location before we resume this line of questioning.
So, Cynthia in front, who is being flanked by two of the ice wraith hands. And then, some of you, followed by two more, and then some of you, the last two bringing up the rear. You guys are basically encompassed, if you will, by the 6 ice wraiths who have not dropped their form. When I first described them, their coloration is from, I think it's a Matrix 2, where those 2 white guys can go ghosty-like form. They'll go through shit. Oh, it's kind of like the color that they change. Kind of like that. Following this long-ass fucking hallway. Bends and turns, and there's a few doors, and I think everybody except for Victor. Sorry, Victor, your passage is too bad. Everybody except for Victor would notice that Fenris stares at one door a little longer than any of the others. He's still walking with you all, but he definitely like just looks at the door, keeps looking at the door, and then like his attention is back towards you all. Eventually, you guys you pass through some doors. You start going down and down, and down, and down, and then you see that a very heavily frosted set of what looks like some kind of metallic doors. And Cynthia just waves a hand, and you can see like the frost itself kind of pull together, twist, and open the doors for her. She walks in, and you guys are all led into a 20 by 20 cubed ice room. And in this room, there's different, what looks like ice-like coffins, structures where something or someone could go into. And once you're all in, the last two, the handmaidens that were in the back, close the doors and stand in front of it. And so you all, except for Grim, are in there with Fenris, with 6 ice wraiths and Cynthia. Of these 6, 4 of them were burnt back to their handmaiden form. Only the 2 at the door maintained the ice wraith form. And after coming into this room, Cynthia floats again. She, after whatever it is that makes her float, you can tell that her skin coloration changes a bit. There's a little bit more clarity in her eyes. And then the 4 handmaidens that are in handmaiden form, if you will, go to 4 of those ice structures and lay down in them. And then you can see that it's almost like a pulse of energy, almost like a heartbeat, just like from those 4 structures through the floor and just below where Cynthia is. Nothing comes up, like it's just a pulse to that spot. You are a very observant person, Warwick.
Well, usually in these types of events, details do matter.
I request that keep those details to yourself, and that that information doesn't leave here from all of you.
Everyone has their secrets. This one is yours and not mine to tell.
Is there a reason for this being a secret?
Clan lost its clan leader just a few months ago. As she looks over with obvious anger at Fenris. When that happened, part of that scenario, the queen was burst into this icy form. When that happened, it spread to her handmaidens. We are all one person. So that would be the reason why.
Would it not, yet again, not to be too forward with this line of questioning, but I presume that the original monarch's body has become indisposed, I assume.
He was the one who walked in the fire.
Ah,
And saved this form's life. Now, because we are all one, I will remember eventually.
so there was an issue with that. Her ladyship's body was infected by the fungal parasite infection, whatever we're calling it. If you all are linked together, do you think that whatever is controlling, linking together all of these mushrooms would have gleaned any information from her?
How far along was she, do you know?
The mushroom was starting to grow out of her ear before she walked back into the fire.
Well, that's different. I understood that they had the necrosis behind the ear, coughed excessively, and then just spewed spores. You're saying she had growth coming out of the ear.
That is correct. Also, you might not remember this or have relearned it yet, but there was an incursion by 3 giants, all who which had mushrooms growing out of their back, talking about wanting to restore the control spire as the infected were running rampant. The god on the wall were blasted with a force of spores. Don't know really how to describe it. Became infected, and quite literally they grew into large white mushrooms that over time moved together to create a enormous black throbbing purple veined mushroom.
Which all of the infected are now walking into and going up.
as you are saying this and hearing this, you hear Fenris go, well, fuck. That bastard's already on the surface, then.
Oh, you know something about what's going on up there then?
You guys have a cure yet?
Well, we know that the spores can be destroyed via fire. Once they're infected, well, we haven't quite gotten to that stage yet. We did have a party member who seemingly has disappeared, probably floating around somewhere, who seems to have been able to purge the infection from his body, but he has a previous fungal infection that seems to fight against it.
Can you do that for others?
My understanding
That- not
is
that far.
that he's only able to move the infection from one host to another. He managed to move the infection from his body into another person, and that person basically immediately transformed into another big mushroom.
Well, that's not going to help her. Well, yeah, I know a little bit. I know well, where the source was, and it couldn't escape that place that it was at until an acquaintance of mine gave it the key out of its cage. Uh, yeah, so I was really hoping it wasn't here yet.
Well, I'm just going to venture a guess and say this was a two-part thing. The key to its cage and the fact that the seemingly endless winter has basically come to an end.
Well, you're probably right. Though I don't know if the winter would have stopped it anyway. Which reminds me, your queenliness is plural now because you're all linked. Erngor needs its next shipment. Yeah. Only thing we've noticed that keeps people somewhat sane. And she goes, I sent you for that? Yeah, well, I was hoping that, you did something extra this time.
Sane as in Erngor's a terrible place to live, or sane as there's infected and it keeps them sane? Details, please.
Yeah, yeah, I think I heard the queenly ship's called Warwick, right?
That is correct.
All right, Warwick. Here's the condensed version. Fenris got here a while ago, tried to help people out, didn't really work out. Fell in love with the drow. Super cool bitch. Went over to Erngor. Turns out there's a city underneath the mountains of the spine of the world. Nice place. Went down there. Cool stuff happened. Saw Mushroom City, where there was this thing called the Core, who was all like, join me. And I was all like, fuck off. And then I have a portal acquaintance who gave it a spore of the mushrooms they grow here, which are called resistant immune. I don't know exactly. And, well, since then, the mushroom folk have gotten quite aggressive.
The mushrooms are sentient.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. They talk with, like, their own kind of spore mental stuff. I don't understand it all myself. Giselle does. She's a smart one. Anyway, yeah, the mushrooms attacked. Between them and Erngor was this temple to this light and dark god that was kind of like the go-between. Erngor stopped being a kingdom and instead was by a council of all kinds of races. So it's trying to be like this free city, which I thought was kind of cool. Started helping Drow get separated from Wolf, fight the mushrooms, and then suddenly there's this massive earthquake and the mushrooms stop attacking. And the last information I got from our scouts is the core is no longer in its place. And I don't know where it went. But here you all are talking about big giant black mushroom things absorbing people. It sounds an awful lot like it.
And what is the Battlehammer clan providing to Ungor that's keeping people sane?
Yeah, sorry, missed that. Mushrooms.
I'll
we eat it.
I'll reach into my pockets and like here's my jars. I'm like, any of these look familiar?
Yeah. And he points to the blue one that seems to have been nibbled on.
I've got a whole one and a nibbled one, so.
Oh, I only remember. I only remembered the nibbled one, so that's fine.
Yeah, I got both. Right, so I've noticed that the white and the brown ones are growing, well, damn near everywhere upstairs. But the blue ones are far and few between, and something seems to be eating them. I presume if Ungor's eating them, they must taste pretty good.
Well,
Also,
I mean,
they
what we
kind of
get
look
from
like the
here
ones
are
that are
much
growing out
bigger.
of the giants that attacked us.
Wait, that grew out of a giant?
Well, not this one, but the three that attacked Bryn Shander here, which basically, as far as I can tell, grew a new control spy of some sort, had giant blue mushrooms growing out of their backs. Also, they did some of that spore communication, because once we were inside the cloud, we could understand them.
It's actually quite similar to other people's abilities.
Your queen ships. This is so weird that they're all linked. Is this one of your mushrooms? What is this? As he points to what Warwick has. The Cynthia kind of floats over with the handout. Hey,
By all means, and I'll hand it to her.
okay. Which one do you hand?
The whole one.
Okay. She takes it and just looks at it. And you see she's you can tell there's a look of concentration, if you will. And her hand itself just seems to immediately turn into ice and radiate this frosty fog. But the mushroom is fine. Doesn't seem to be affected by this intense cold at all. And she goes, well, that is interesting. And she looks up past you, you all, towards the handmaidens by the door. And she goes, I believe you're going to want to get Sarah in here. She's going to want to see this. This looks... Well, it looks like the species that she was working on to taste like steak. And one of them ships out of ice wraith form into handmaiden form and walks out.
I just thought of something probably not really relevant, but perhaps helpful. How far underground are we right now?
I mean, tens of thousands of feet at least.
Right. Okay. Would it be useful or just terrifying to know how close the mushrooms that are infecting people are to you right now?
Both? I would say both. Would be
Right.
useful and kind of
Yes.
terrifying.
The answer's yes.
Uh-huh. So if
Fine.
you give me a moment, I can hopefully figure that out for you. And fuck it. We're casting locate plants and specifically focusing on the ones that I know I felt underground before. I want to see if those are near here, 5-mile radius.
So, are you looking for the mushrooms that infect people or just any mushrooms? Because the ones you felt before were any mushrooms. You weren't looking for anything specific. You looked for all mushrooms and got all the pings.
I will look
To
specifically for
include the
ones
ones that were 5 down, the 5 miles down.
Yeah, specifically for the ones that infect people, so that we can narrow it down a little bit.
Got it. Ugh. Does that care about anything being in the way, or is it just like, fuck it, it doesn't care, 5 miles?
Nope. It just gives me 5 miles. It does only tell me the direction and distance of the closest one to me, but yeah, that's all.
Sure. This is gonna be fun. Let's give Nathan a whisper. Learn the direction and distance to the closest one. Okay. So me giving you the pings was too much information.
Yeah, I realized that after the fact too. I was like, oh well.
Brandon, did you spell slot this or ritual cast?
I just spell slotted it because
Okay.
I just want the quick information.
Sure. Okay. Um.
I suggest you get rid of that mushroom and possibly burn it immediately, because that one is definitely one that can infect you.
Oh. Well, that's not good. And you see that she'll create a she'll surround it completely into like an ice ball, and then just set it down. Yeah, fire's not really gonna work in this room, but Elisa's not touching us anymore.
I had
Yeah.
the glass jars.
What's your question?
I said I had them all in glass jars. They weren't touching anybody anyway.
Oh, well, she took it like out of the jar.
Oh, well, okay. Well, then,
You know, the one in her hand, she physically was touching.
fair enough.
Because she was trying to see if her ice would freeze it, and it did not.
Which I assume it didn't.
It did not. Nope, nope, nope.
Well, unfortunately, that's all the information I can get, since there was one in the room with us, but, you know, at least now we know that those mushrooms are not good to eat, even if they do taste like steak.
I don't know if this is the one that tastes like steak, just that it looks like the one that Sarah was trying to taste like steak.
So just 100% make sure we're on the level here is that this looks like the type of mushroom that one of your fine researchers are trying to make taste like steak, correct? And
Yes.
that you serve this to your people and the people in Ungor?
Yes, that's how we feed our people. Is we, especially since Icewind Dale became the permanent winter, we had to come up with other avenues of food. We couldn't exactly hunt on the surface for live game, and so yes, we moved to fungi and trying to change their textures and flavors and make them
And
resistant to.
You're sure that everything in your foodstuffs is the correct type of mushroom?
Well,
There's a way to find out.
Not anymore.
That's what
There
I'm
is-
saying is I think there was quite a bit of feasting going on outside. Perhaps it would behoove everyone to discern what they're eating is not infected.
If one of your handmaidens will take me back up there, I can quickly cast the spell again and find out if anyone is eating it right now.
Let's just all go. I'm recharged enough to be able to handle the heat of that room again.
Okay.
Or you might want to stay at least one room away if you have any more mushrooms on you, because I don't want my spell to ping off of you and not what's in the room.
Well, I mean, It's a pretty hot room. Can't we just toss him in the big blue fire?
No.
How about the lava then?
Lava's fine. The 4 handmaidens that were laying down the coffins all get up. And the one that was by the door shifts to their handmaiden form for opening the door, leading you all. Not even about halfway through the trek, a handmaiden with a dwarf woman shows up. As soon as the dwarf woman is like, I don't know, 20, 30 feet, you smell her. Earthy, newery, dirty dwarf that she is. You can see that there are actually like bits of moss and some mushrooms that are like growing out of bits of their armor and stuff. Like what they're wearing, she's got it about their person. They get close, and what's this about one of my mushrooms being out of the growing chamber? What's going on? What? Who has it? Who has the mushroom? Gotta see it. Where is it? Where is it? I gotta see it.
I'll toss her the frozen ball of ice.
And she'll grab it, look at it, look over to one of the handmaidens as they make it more of a transparent of the frosted look, and she's muttering under her breath, "Oh no, that's not one of mine. No, that's different. That's new. I've never made them completely immune before." Oh, that. And she just starts naming characteristics of other mushrooms that are on this mushroom. Where did you get this? Is it edible?
Oh.
Medicinal? What is it? Where'd you get it?
Oh, basically it's a growing infection. Fungal infection that seems to attach one's consciousness to whatever Fenris here is calling the core, at which point it infects the host, turns them into a seedbed for its fungal infection, and then spreads or converts them into a myconoid zombie of some sort.
That is amazing.
Only if you don't mind being mentally invaded by some mushroom overlord thing.
I mean, it's a mushroom eat mushroom world out there, right? It's just so fascinating.
Oh my god.
So, don't eat it.
Mm-hmm.
What if you cook it first? Did you try cooking it first?
I wouldn't risk it. I have a better idea. With the Queen's permission, of course. Perhaps you could come up with a way to kill it.
Well, I'd have to grow it. I would need more of it. Experiment. Flavor base. What kind of sauce do you use? Is it good in a soup?
No, not kill it as in, like, eat it off the ground. I'm saying, if it's infected someone, remove it from their system, and, maybe make a herbicide. Or fungicide, technically.
Yeah, but you have to understand it first. What kind of properties does it have? What does it taste like? What's its flavor profile? Can it be medicinal? Rectal? Oral? Is it topical cream? Can you dehydrate it and put it into something? Is it spicy?
Well, perhaps you should set up an isolation chamber for it on the surface, as not to risk your fellow dwarves down here then.
You isolate something that can grow in the cold. Oh, it's cracking the ice. That's amazing.
Mhm.
Hmm.
It's not a good thing, actually.
You see her like pull out this this collection of papers. I don't want to say it's a tome. It's a collection of papers, and she flips through things, and she's jotting things down with a quill that she doesn't ever dip into ink. And gotta remember to stop by the library. I need to send Kappa a message. He'll be so interested in this. She begins to write more stuff down, and then folds it back up and puts it back in. Okay, okay, ice doesn't do anything. What about fire or acid? Acid. I'm gonna need more. If you want me to figure this out, I'm gonna need more. Queen, I'm gonna need more.
Good news, they're growing up on the surface, basically everywhere.
I haven't been to the surface in a very long time. Worth it. Mushrooms! And she just. She's taken off. With the ball of ice, by the way.
That's correct.
If she's important, you might want to send someone after her because, she'll probably get infected and die.
Cynthia just looks over to one of the handmaidens, and they just quickly, they look like they're walking, but they're walking awfully fast to try to catch up with poor Sarah.
That one seems like quite a handful.
Yeah, she hasn't been this excited since a turtle showed up, interested in her experiments.
Which ironically seems to be the genesis of this whole thing. If what
Ooh.
Fenris said is to be believed.
This isn't the first time we've heard about a turtle going somewhere and doing something.
Untoward.
I heard that as well. I was talking with some residents of Bryn Shander, and one of them mentioned something about a group called Entropy Inc., and they might be important. Would this turtle be a part of that group?
Fenris speaks up and says, "Yep, that was the group."
Brilliant.
I didn't stay with them.
So now we know they're involved with a floating city in the sky and unleashing a horrible fungal plague upon the Icewind Dale. That's just brilliant.
I mean, technically, doesn't that mean they also got rid of the rhyme, the frozen north thing? So they did something really good and really bad, so they're kind of neutral at this point.
Or they were being controlled by the core in order to end the winter so it could spread its infection faster. We don't know.
True.
Okay, so what's this magic-y nonsense you're gonna do?
Oh, once we're in the room, I'll just cast the same spell and see see if anything in the room pops up.
You wanted to stop by lava first, right?
Oh yeah, yes, please.
Okay. I will have to get one of the not cursed dwarves to help you with that. That's a particular room I can't go into. And it goes back, leads you, Warwick, off the path and down to a really, 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 really not as hot as you would think room. You open up into this large. Uh, Words are escaping me. Large domed opening. There is some kind of like a rope bridge structure that leads from this side to a suspended chunk of stone over this magma pit. But the the bridge seems to be made out of that black stone material that you remember seeing when you were walking in, coming down the entrance itself, where the spirits were no longer talking to you. And you can see there are huge chains that are suspending this the center stone area, and on that center stone area is all kinds of blacksmithing equipment, from different size anvils and tools, and a contraption that looks like would be suspended almost in the lava itself to use the lava as the heat source for warming up all these metals.
Furnace.
This entire room is a giant forge. And the dwarf goes, okay, yeah, it's fucking hot. You're going to get this done.
So just anywhere here in the lava then.
Just whoop.
Huh, whoop, there it goes.
I'm surprised you were able to do it. You didn't have the whole change of heart and have to go through 6 movies to get this done, huh? Excellent. Let's go back.
I almost respond with, aye, and I didn't have to say me precious.
Back up to the rest into the banquet room you are.
Right. Let's see if anything pings in the room, alright?
All right, well.
I'm only looking for the infection mushrooms again so that, the normal ones can not be pinged off of.
Well, this will be fun.
I think I have bad news.
Huh.
I don't know how recent it is or anything. I just know that unfortunately there's an infected among us, and it's you. And I'm going to be pointing at Cynthia.
Oops.
What do you all do after Elduin says that Cynthia is infected, or seems to have the infected mushroom about their person or on them or whatever?
Back away.
Is it the one who touched the mushroom, or is it one of the others?
It's the one who touched the mushroom.
Uh. Well, I'll pull my gloves out of my bag. um, do I have your permission to, snap? Take a look.
What? What do you mean, take a look?
Like, check behind your ears for signs of necrosis. See if there's any spores perhaps still on your hand from where you touched the mushroom.
Sure.
Well, I'll check behind her ears. Does she have any necrosis?
No.
The hand that she touched the mushroom with, are there spores on it?
Not that you can tell. None of the typical signs that you're familiar with do you detect.
Well, it's an asymptomatic so far. You don't have any of the typical signs of being infected. Um, Elduin, you're the one who pointed it out. Any specific part?
Are you carrying anything? Because it came from you, but that doesn't mean you don't have just a mushroom on you somewhere?
I don't carry anything with me. It's usually the clan just gives me everything that I need. So I
What,
don't like you
as
look
we,
like she doesn't have pouches or belts. She just wears a simple slip over like almost
a-
nightgown style dress. Like there's nothing to what she wears for being a queen. There's no crown. It's very simple.
Hmm.
as we arrived, you were, having a meal. Perchance were you eating a mushroom?
Well, of course I was eating a mushroom. That's what we eat down here.
And if Elduin pinged an infected mushroom coming from your person,
Yeah, that's kind of my thought here.
um, perchance what you're already eating is infected?
Good.
But on the off chance that this has been an infection that's been with you for a while, it could mean that you're immune to the side effects, which could be useful because it could mean that, you know, studying you, we could pass that trait along so that even if you're infected, you don't get any of the side effects.
Oh, well, if you can find where the Frost Maiden is and have her summon up some more ice wraiths and then use a ritual curse thing to bind them into people, you too could be immune from whatever the hell this is.
Elduin, I know you might not have been paying attention earlier, but I did say that the previous. Well, as I start to say this, I look around. Are there any other dwarves nearby?
No.
Well, like I was saying earlier, I'll still volume control myself.
Sure.
The previous iteration of the Queen did become infected. The main body, the actual original Cynthia Battlehammer, became infected. So just because she's asymptomatic doesn't mean it still won't take her over.
Oh, I'm aware of that. I'm saying there's a chance. And
I'm saying that the original, this has already happened to.
which
There is no reason to believe that they're immune just
actually
because they're asymptomatic.
there is, because since the original was a infected, since they're all connected, it is possible that their connection has made them learn and become immune to it. I'm not saying this is true yet. We don't know. It's not been enough time, nor have we done any studies.
So you're
But it's
saying they
possible.
have magical immune systems that just magically transfer across because we're 100% certain that that's what they have.
I am not certain of anything. I'm saying this is a possibility.
I'm saying better safe than sorry. Perhaps you should regurgitate your lunch.
Just go like this. Such a bad up here.
There's nothing we can do at this point other than put her into quarantine, right? Like, that's all we can do, observe and learn and figure out what's going on.
More importantly, regardless of the Queen's disposition, fact is that she was served infected food. Problem is how many of the other dwarves are also eating infected food.
Where do
we
you
don't
store
know.
your food?
In the growing caves.
It looks like I need one more casting of a spell and to be taken there so that I can see if all of your food stores are infected.
I guess I'll stay here. Since you don't want me setting off your magical detection nonsense.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
I'll stay with Cynthia Battlehammer. I'm going to keep looking for other symptoms, other signs of infection.
She's going to doesn't care what chair, she just sits down. A couple of the handmaidens, standing around. One of them comes up to you, Aldwin, and goes, "Well, follow me."
Right? Figure this out.
And who is anybody else going with Aldwin?
I'll go.
Yeah, I'll go with Eldwin. Oh, Daisy, you're going?
I'll go. Why not?
I'll stay with Warwick.
All right. So Eldwin, Daisy, and the Handmaiden go down about halfway of this giant banquet room before turning to your right, going through an archway, and a literal maze before coming to uh, a set of black doors that are just completely frosted over. And the handmaid turns around and let's see here. Both of you. She says, no sources of light whenever we come in here. No torches, no spells, nothing that gives off light. Or
Not a
can you
problem.
do what you need to do from here? Do we need to be in there?
As long as
Better
the
to be in there.
doors, as long as the doors don't block magic, I could sit right outside of them.
Oh, it
Although,
does. It's made of that black stone stuff. All right, let's just. She waves her hand, and the ice, the frost around the doors, twist and crunch and turn, opening the doors. Very dark interior. She gestures for you guys to quickly go in as she closes the door. It is exceedingly cold in here. You are instantly chattering of teeth. But after a few moments, you notice there's a natural bioluminescence about this place. As some of these mushrooms give off their own light. Some are a light blue, some are light pink. There's greens. It's pretty.
before we walk in, I'll be like, if you breathe, you might want to cover up in case it is infected. I don't care at this point. I'm not covering up. My chest stops moving, and I walk in.
Okay. Daisy, do you hold your breath?
Follow him. Why not?
Okay.
All right, this one's gonna take a little longer because I'm running low on spells, but
Ritual cast.
yeah.
Hippity hoppity hoopity boppity. At the end of your ritual, the magic boom pulses out.
All right. The room seems to be clear. So at least your food reserves are fine. Hopefully we can find where Cynthia got infected from then, because it does narrow it down a little bit. But some good news. Your food is fine for the time being, at least.
It's too bad that we don't have some way of doing what it is that you do without consuming energy. Just one that's always going on or something. That'd be nice. Okay, well, let's sleep.
Yeah. Let's bring an idea.
Although, should we wake your friend up? I think they held their breath for so long they passed out.
Oh, right. That'd be good. Probably should have told him before we walked in it was going to take longer than the other times.
I'll let you do that. I'm not waking up the cat person. Good luck.
The cat person.
Meow. Listen, I don't have food in my hand.
Uh-huh. I think I...
Think you do have food in your hand?
No, I was thinking I had a spell that would work, but where I wouldn't have to touch, but I don't, so it's gonna be great. I'm just gonna poke her.
With what?
My finger to anywhere that doesn't seem inappropriate.
There's nothing about using your finger to poke her that isn't inappropriate.
Poke away, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna poke her until she wakes up.
Okay. So, Daisy, what weapon are you swinging to kill him after she wakes you up? Or are you just gonna wake up gracefully?
This is claws on a cat. It's fine.
Was.
I'm gonna say, Elwood, you're
Yeah,
prepared for that,
roll.
so she misses. I guess she's awake. You guys are headed back. Warwick, what crazy bullshit are you doing to Queen Cynthia now?
I'm just continuing to look for signs of infection, trying to urge her to, like, yak up whatever the hell she just ate. Less chance of her getting infected.
You're not poking her with any part of your body?
Not actively, no.
Wow.
Not passively either. The hell kind
Oh.
of question is that?
Okay.
With you guys, I never know.
That's fair.
I mean, I understand. I am a bard, but let's dial it back a little bit.
That's no fun.
Party favor.
Will,
Okay, the
let's-
handmaidens are into me.
Oh,
all right.
God.
Let's take a break. I need to refill my drink anyway. Let's take a break. This is a good spot. mushroom.
The only reason I was thinking she was immune, by the way, is because if she ate it, right, wouldn't that make the infection go pretty quickly? And so wouldn't we see signs of it pretty quickly?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe the mushroom only has the capacity to infect and is not actually infecting one. Who knows?
What?
We don't know. That's what we're trying to
Ooh,
figure this shit
you know
out.
what?
God damn it!
I think I know why it might not be showing signs yet. We're in the basement of their place where we had to walk through that magic thing that made all magic stop working. Could that have made the infection stop? And as soon as she leaves, it's going to turn on.
I don't know. I really
Yeah,
don't.
just
That's what we're
just another
trying to figure out.
thought.
That's
Yep.
why we're here.
Man, you guys are having all kinds of battle planning minutes. I'm excited for you guys to try to figure this out. Poor Grim, though. Poor Grim turning into an orb. Going to be an implement for the rest of his life.
At least he has his third arm to keep him company.
Somehow.
Except
Hey,
he's a
look,
clown.
he's not supposed to use it for any vigorous activity. All right.
Everybody knows you ignore the doctor's orders when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like I have any real life experience watching someone do that every day.
No, I wouldn't put it past him. He has a procedure done. He's coming out of it, and all he wants to know is, can he go to work the next day?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did.
So
That is the first thing you asked when you weren't loopy is, can I still work my shift tomorrow night?
yeah,
Yeah.
The fuck? No,
That seems
stay
legit.
home.
that's a legit
What?
question.
Depends on the
Stay
procedure.
home. It depends on who's going to be home with me.
Damn.
If the kids are going to be home, you definitely want to go to work.
1,000% true.
I mean, his kid, though, is 13. No, 14 and only with us half the time. So it's not that bad.
So that half of the time you want to go to work.
He works nights, though, so he misses all of that.
I forgot what we were talking about before we left.
I was looking for signs of infection on Cynthia Battlehammer and
Nathan
Elduin
was,
and the Handmaiden and Daisy were coming back from investigating the mushroom stores.
Yeah,
Yep.
they're going to be a while. They got a piece to walk through. So what are you looking for, Work?
Any signs of infection, and since we're at it, I'm going to ritually cast a spell. As soon as I can find it on my, 12,000 spell long list. Yay, detect magic.
That's not dispel.
I said a
He said
spell.
a spell. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said dispel. Like you're going to cast
No,
dispel magic.
Fine, I'm going to cast Dust Spell.
Oh, good. As long as it's dispel. Wow. Okay.
Give me the goods.
Yeah. Sure. Typical shit on the party members that are around you, right? The handmaidens and Cynthia, transformation and evocation magic about their entire persons. bastard.
I'm glad our thinking of ideas has come in handy.
You do detect some illusion magic under the table.
Well, obviously, oh no, how do I want to phrase this? Not to be rude, but, has anyone cast any illusion magic here under the table? Or is that just a persistent thing?
They're all going to look at each other, look at you, and Cynthia goes, What are you talking about?
Well, I'm, trying to ascertain if you're possibly infected since you're not really showing any symptoms, and there seems to be illusion magic coming from underneath the table here.
She gets up and steps back and away. The illusion magic slowly follows her.
Could you take another step this way, please? Like further away from it, I'm
Sure.
pointing.
She does so. It slowly follows.
I will slowly reach my hand down towards my holster full of my deck of cards.
Okay.
And I will pluck one from it very quickly and absolutely shellac that illusion magic with Dispel Magic, 5th level.
Damn! Well, that'll do it. You see a very, very, very small mushroom with legs and arms and eyeballs.
I was right and wrong at the same time.
After you cast that, I forgot to mute this tab. Fuck that bullshit. After you cast that, and this thing, like, it knows what happened. It, as fast as its tiny little legs can go, starts running away.
Oh, no, you don't.
Ugly.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man. What's my saving throw I gotta do?
DC 19. The saving throw is wisdom.
Yeah.
No modifier, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
At the exact same time, I pull my rapier and I say the word and it attacks it.
Say what word?
The magic word that makes my rapier fly within 30 feet of me and attack it.
rapier attacks things?
Yes.
Or instead of doing that, perhaps we can have Elduin try and read its little fungal mind and see what the hell it's actually doing here.
Flies up to 30 feet and attacks. Okay. Victor, make an attack roll.
I cast 2 spells. I need to.
Roll an extra d20 for me, please, Victor. Okay. I just wanted to see if you'd crit, because there's a whole person spell. Cool. So you say the magic word, and your rapier flies over to it and just skewers it.
And
And
pins it to the ground.
No, it kills it. It deflates it, and a bunch of tiny spores come out of the cap, and the body slumps over, dead.
Oops.
Yes, well, good job, Victor.
I'm just trying to help.
Ladies, if you could, ice
Freeze that.
dome that until somebody with fire gets here, please.
They come over, ball of ice it, and go, huh. Why would you attack it if he's already captured it?
Instinct. It's
So
was
you
just
saw a teeny tiny mushroom thing running away as fast as its teeny tiny legs could carry it, which, by the way, was only 10 feet around, and you decided to skewer it as an instinct.
yes.
You must be really good at catching rats. Oh, boy. Well,
Well, he calls back his rapier.
Isn't the rapier frozen in the ice?
no, it's not.
Damn!
Well, that would have been funny.
That would have been funny.
I wonder if this is what Alduin was sensing.
I was just having that same thought. Perhaps we'll have him cast it one more time, and hopefully that can, well, depending on the results of their investigation of the stores, hopefully put the food crisis to rest. And hopefully, your infection scare.
Now I wonder how this thing came in.
Well, are there any other tunnels that go up to the surface other than the one we came down? Barring any state secrets or anything?
We're in an underground structure. Probably are caves or some ways for tiny things like this to get in.
Well, the core. Fenris mentioned something about the mushroom people. Judging from its appearance, probably one of them. If they are from underground, is there any tunnels that lead further down from here? Perhaps it came from there.
There are some now, yes. Relatively new.
Does it have anything to do with the mural that was under construction I saw on the way here?
Yeah, when the worms burrowed in. Guess it's time to start collapsing some tunnels. At this point, Elduin, you're back.
Well, we have some good news. Your food is fine.
Well, that's good to hear, Elduin. Perhaps you'd like to cast your spell one more time and see if Cynthia's infected, because if not, I think I found your perpetrator.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, well, I did have it held, and I was going to put it in a jar and keep it there, but, just on pure instinct alone, Victor absolutely shish kebabbed
Skewered
it.
This wouldn't have been, like, extremely recent, would it?
Like,
Yeah.
just a couple of minutes ago.
No, I was thinking more like seconds ago. I didn't get here seconds after this happened. I mean,
I would need a
technically,
higher authority to let me know that.
Not that you would have been able to see. So you were in the walkway coming up. Remember, this room is so massive. You guys came in from halfway. This is behind, a lot of tables and pillars, and you wouldn't have been able to see anything.
So it's been more than a minute already since this happened.
Yes.
Cool. Then I cannot do anything about that.
Well, the poor little bastard, he died over here. One of those mushroom people that your roguish friend was telling us about, best I can tell, from its deflated demeanor and puff of spores it let out.
Well, I mean, I'll cast my spell and make sure, but sounds like might have scared you a little too much there. But I will. It's going to take me a little while. Yeah, it's going to take me a little while, but I'll find out for sure.
Well, while he's originally casting that, I will originally cast another spell as well.
Sir, anybody else you wanted to stab with your dancing rapier?
No, he puts his rapier away.
What? That's no fun.
Yeah, he figures he's done enough damage for now.
Come on. Attack Cynthia. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm sure I'll live through that.
I'm sure you will. You know what? Just play some music inside this massive hall full of all of your future adorning fans.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Ugh, you're just no fun today.
I know.
Locate animals or plants. Cool, 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 cool. The closest one to you is a little over 4 miles above you.
Okay. Yeah, seems like this place is now clear. Because the next one is probably on the surface.
So I'm not infected.
No, you're not.
Invisible mushroom people. Wow.
Hmm.
Okay. What are you looking for with detect magic in your work? Anything
I'm
particular?
just kind of walking around the area, seeing if I find any more little spots of illusion magic.
You do not.
Excellent.
Okay. Well, Icarus needs food. Rest of you, are we burning down a mushroom thing? What is going on up there?
Well, the populace of Bryn Shander seems to be heading into it, so burning it all probably is not the best option. Assuming that if we attempt that, I'm sure the sheriff will pop out of nowhere and threaten to kill us all. But
It does seem like the town is kind of, well, gone at this point for the most part.
do have an agreement with Miss Robin to acquire additional samples and investigate some ruins upcoming during the next full moon. Other than that, I haven't seen the sheriff. Perhaps we need to fully investigate the giant mushroom in question. Also, where the hell is Grim?
I gave my impression. And I know you guys don't take much stock in what I tell you, but I say she's got him.
Well, let's talk through that for just a moment. If she does have him, what do you plan on getting him back from a woman who owns a magic shop full of creatures and gizmos that react to her will?
Um,
I mean, if you are, I just would like to know because I want to make sure that I get your names down for the history books.
Well, I don't agree with her methods. She has been more on the helpful side, so perhaps, Victor, you should go in and ask nicely if she has him and if you could have him back. If she even does have him.
Lost you.
I wonder. Might be worth a try, though. Maybe I could play her my new flute.
Why would playing her from your new flute help?
She might like it.
Okay. A song and a dance.
Could be.
Serenade.
Could be worth a try.
Could be.
Well, Lady Battlehammer, what is the clan's disposition with this threat? Are you obviously on alert of some kind, but any plans that you would like to include us in on, or do you need help with something? Or any leads?
It sounds like our best way to help is to give Sarah some resources. I cannot think of anything at this moment.
If you have anyone who can detect sources of magic, perhaps you should have them patrol around and see if you can spot any more of those little fungal buggers.
Yes, it is a good suggestion. Thank you.
As for us, I believe further investigation up top is warranted. Wouldn't you all agree?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, there's more we have to do here. We already have an agreement to, check these ruins out. But after that, I actually think we have a lead. And that's, if Fenris will tell us where the core is, we might just be able to get rid of the core and be done with all of this.
I do believe he said that it was near Ungor, but has mysteriously vanished.
But it's a place to start to look for it.
I mean, it's going to take me a few days to collect the food that I need before returning back to Erngor. You're all more than welcome to join me.
Few days might be enough for us to, go to the ruins, return, do that, and then head there. It's our next best lead if we don't have anything else before then,
Just remember, you guys have 3 days until the full moon.
As long as you're going to be here for at least 4 days, we might be able to join you. Otherwise, maybe a map so we can get there ourselves.
It's not a map to Erngor. It's in the spine of the world. It's Spine Mountain, excuse me, Spine Mountain. And in fact, for a while it was blocked by a lot of snow. A lot of snow. Do you believe somebody cast Knock outside in the middle of the snow, caused an avalanche, blocked the main gate?
Who would do such a thing?
Heathens.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Troublemakers.
Indeed. Troublemakers. Well, yes, I'll be here for 3, 4 days. Yeah, 4 is fine. 4 is fine. As long as we're leaving the 4th day, that should be fine.
All right. Well, back to the surface for us then, I think. And we'll,
Yep.
well, hopefully we'll meet you back here then.
Okay.
There are 2 of the handmaids. Look at you all and look back and goes, does that mean they're not staying here? And the other one goes, I think it does. I think it does mean that they're not staying here. And the first one goes, but what about our plan? Well, there's another time.
Oh my.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my.
Oh my. It's gonna be Zarcius all over again.
They escort you all out of the battle hammer. Going up the stairs, feeling that moment where magic leaves your bodies. Unless Warwick's about to say some stuff there. It's just a crazy yawn. And,
Sorry.
okay. Seeing the ice stairs and the creatures frozen in time and ice. Coming out of the teeny tiny straw hut where there are 2 dwarves that are still standing guard. And a few others kind of standing around.
And once we're at the surface, can I tell if my dope-ass spell is still active? And can I turn back into a cloud? Because it lasts for fucking ever.
Your dope ass spell is still active.
Sweet. So, where do we want to go first? Because we can get there real quick.
Did anyone manage to locate the sheriff?
No.
No, I don't think so.
You did check town hall, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. No. I didn't.
How long have we been downstairs?
With all the travel time, about 4.5 hours. The place
do you
is
think we
huge. You
should-
guys walked everywhere.
Should we perhaps take another look in case he's returned to the town hall?
Yeah, we
Okay.
can go back. We should have about
Now we're up at
2.
your spell.
Okay, and now enough. So we can definitely do that. In case I didn't mention this before, you can end it when the spell ends. If you're in the air, you won't just plummet to your death. It does lower you, as long as you're not too far up in the air. At a certain point, spell wears off, you will start to plummet.
Well, I mean, the town hall's like just right over there. I think I'll just walk, thank you.
Yeah, me too.
All right, suit yourself.
As you guys are, leaving the battle hammer area and walking and having this conversation, you all hear, excuse me, you up there? I was told to give you this.
I will down? Question mark?
What are you looking down for?
Oh, you said up there. I assume he was like way
Yeah,
down
short. Yeah.
The
I was thinking another
voices,
mushroom person.
the voices from behind you.
there. Oh, okay. Well, I'll turn around and look then.
You see a rather rotund dwarf like crunching through the snow and what's left of the snow. Like, should actually specify that around the Battlehammer area there is still snow.
Okay.
Crunching through to getting to you, he's like, "You guys are really fast. I was told to give you this." And he has his hand out, has some kind of something in his hand that he's gesturing out towards whoever would like to grab it.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Warren's kind of our de facto leader anyway.
Sure. So you take first of the your first feeling is cold and then smooth, as what you take from him is this really cold piece of metal that has the Battlehammer emblem on it. And he goes, "I was told to. Man, you guys are fast." Takes a couple of really deep breaths and I was told to tell you, show that to the guards next time, and you're welcome in the clan. Okay. And he just like plops on the ground. Chest rising and falling and rising and falling.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Please be sure to give the lady our regards for this.
I will.
Do you need help? You look very, very out of breath. Like unnaturally out of breath, really.
Yeah, no, I'll be fine.
All right.
Resume your trek to City Hall?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, as you come out of the Battlehammer clan, you can go left before you hit the main road right. And when you're on the main road, you can see smoke from about the central part of town.
Well, that's probably not good. Detour?
Yeah, I think we should definitely go over there and at least see what's going on.
Cool. I guess we quickly move towards that direction.
Yep.
Straight into that direction. As you're following the main road coming into that section, which as you get closer you're realizing is the central part of town, and then City Hall is no more. It's a smoldering ruin. There are only two things that aren't smoldering. There is a red-hot chimney and a rocking chair with a woman sitting in it, just rocking in front of the red-hot chimney. The rest of the building is smoke and ash.
Oh, well, it appears Miss Lisa has returned.
Is that good or bad? Because it looks pretty bad to me.
Well, as they say, there's only one way to find out. I will approach. Is this regular fire or is this hellfire?
Well, there's currently no fire. It's just ruins.
Oh, it's just a smoldering ruin.
Smoldering ruins.
Oh, that reminds me.
And it's these
quick,
stones of the fireplace are just obviously hot. They got some color to them. Yeah.
okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Quick question on that note. Did I notice any of the dwarves have that?
Nope.
Okay. Well, I'll approach her. Hell with it. I assume it's pretty damn hot, though.
Pretty warm. Pretty fucking warm. I mean, you get within 40 feet and you're sweating.
Well, I'll walk into the smoldering ruin of the town hall, head towards her, and as I approach, I would knock on the door, but seeing as how it's burnt down, welcome back.
As you know, little woman, well, not old, but a little woman in the rocking chair, just rocking back and forth, seeming to sip on something. She looks over to you and, yeah, it's gone. It's gone. But I've got some hellfire hot cocoa, so it can't be all bad.
Side effect of your trip, I take it.
Yep, but I was not expecting.
As in, you weren't expecting the town hall to burn down when you returned, or you weren't expecting the return trip back resulting in the town hall burning down?
Was not expecting for the town hall to burn down when I came back. Thankfully, nobody was here. I don't think anybody was here. If they were, they vaporized now.
Well, yes, so about that, seems... Oh, well, first order of business, was your associate amenable to an alternate form of payment?
Oh, yes, most definitely. Um, but I don't think you're gonna like it.
Well, as these things go, they rarely are enjoyable things. So, why don't you just give it to me straight? Rip the
Alright,
band-aid off.
alright, so ending off. Um, so apparently that he's not willing to change it for everybody's. But if everybody kills 100 people, then he'll let those additional people go. So you gotta kill 100, and you gotta kill 100, and you gotta kill 100.
Any particular people or just 100 people in general?
You know, it's actually interesting you say that. He said he didn't really use the term people. He used the term souls. That might be important. Because some people don't have souls.
But some animals do. So if he just said souls,
Wow, you're pretty heartless. I think he's
I'm
one of
just-
those that don't have a soul, Warwick. You better be careful.
I'm just saying 100 rabbits would be fucking nothing, alright?
Why would you think a rabbit has a soul?
You do know most animals do have a soul, right?
No, I sure don't. I don't deal in souls.
Well, as most of these things go, I assume there's a time limit on this.
Like, yeah, of course, there's limits, and I mean, you gotta reconstitute the contract. There we go. Words. I need more hot cocoa.
Hmm.
Well, you just tell anybody who wants to do it. They just gotta touch one of them burning stones and get one of them barks, and I'm sure that's gonna be painful. But hey, you kill 100 things for souls, and Jerry won't claim yours. Oh wait, do they know that Jerry's gonna claim their souls?
No. I hadn't quite told them yet.
Oh, then that might be a good time to tell him, since what's that expression? Ifrit's out of the bag.
Yeah, so by the way, everyone, upon arriving to the Dale here, and we saw the little spectacular show that we saw, um, all of our souls have been marked for consumption by Miss Lisa's associate Jerry, and seeing as how that's detrimental to one's existence, offered to see if there was alternate forms of payment, which seems to be the reaping of 100 other souls. So you can either die whenever he calls his debt due, or you can pay him 100 others.
So, how long do we have for this?
Hey, well, it's not my contract. I'm just letting you guys know that he's amenable to changing it for 100 souls.
Each.
Well, yeah, you gotta be the one that kills it. That's all I know. Hey, like I said, if you're interested, you just gotta go touch one of them really, really hot stones.
I wonder if killing these mushroom people would count. Do they have souls?
You know, I thought
Well, if
something
so,
around
I
here
have
was
one
different.
already.
Where is everybody?
Oh, well, while you were gone, they all got infected by the giant mushroom that Jerry, the same type of giant mushroom that Jerry burnt down, and, well, really, if you think about it, if that was part of the bargain, he sure didn't hold up his end now, did he?
I don't know what you mean by that. We burnt down the thing.
And yet there's another one that's connected to the same entity that was controlling that one that has managed to take control of the entire populace of Brinchander.
I mean, that's why you really gotta read the fine print of contracts.
Aren't you the one reading them and dictating terms?
Hey, I was just asked to burn the thing down. That's what happened. Things were going kind of fast. There was this wave of snow and death and destruction, and this poor girl turned into this mushroom thing, and spores were everywhere. I almost spilled my hot cocoa. I mean, you want to argue with Jerry? I can summon him again. What you want to pay him?
What girl turned into this mushroom thing?
Battle planning, man.
You were there.
All right, guys. You wanna fight Jerry? You wanna end this campaign tonight?
Not really.
We can make this shit happen.
So, what girl turned into a mushroom?
It was, we don't know who she was, I don't think. Well, no, we were told her name, but it was Eerie, right?
Well, I really don't want to take on Jerry.
Oh man, guys, Jerry's only CR27, guys. Let's do it.
I mean, all right. So, like, above table, let's be honest. Do we really think that the mushroom people are gonna have souls still, even when they're mind controlled? So even then, we're still. This is like
2 contracts on our souls so far for this campaign, or 1 contract on our soul, and you got to kill 100 other people.
Yeah, I'm down to kill Jerry. I'm just saying.
I'm also willing to fight Jerry.
Just let's do it. Level 13, fight Jerry.
Who's
I've
at
got
level
most
27?
of my spells, just not all of them.
I'm missing 2 level 5 spells, but I mean, I'll be honest, this feels really bad, right? Like, this is a damned if we do, damned if we do, damned if we do here, alright? Doesn't matter what we do, we're about to get fucked, so...
Yeah, you're probably about right.
You know what the worst part is? It doesn't matter if we kill Jerry, because he is a devil, which means he just returns to his plane, which we would have to go there and kill him there to actually end him permanently, ending this thing on our souls. So even if she summons him here and we kill him here, okay, I don't know.
No,
this is all
know
above table. This is all above table, right?
Yeah,
so I'm just being honest. So above table doesn't matter if we fight him here and now, because he just goes back there. We're fucked anyway.
I mean, you're missing Grim.
What are the 2
Chris.
silent partners thinking about this?
I
Yeah, Grim's a Pokemon
Grim's
and
not
stuck in a
even
Pokeball.
involved.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't have Grim. So
And Daisy doesn't really understand what you're asking and what it really means.
For me, it just what everybody's doing.
That's pretty much what I do. I go along with everybody else.
I think that Chris, I think the player would say no.
yeah, I would agree. He would say no.
I agree.
Okay, no then.
You guys do what you want, though. You want to bargain with Miss Lisa to summon Jerry and try to fight Jerry?
I think
That's
it's
great.
a losing battle.
I mean,
Yeah,
if you're
but
going
we could
into
just
it with
turn
that
on-
kind of mentality, yes.
We could just turn on some Bon Jovi, Blaze of Glory, and fucking fight Jerry till the bitter end, alright?
I'm hitting something, but it seems like a bad idea.
Oh, it's an incredibly bad idea.
Yeah, it is. Especially since we have to pay
just
something
to
to summon him.
Just to get this point across, currently we have a contract under Jerry who's going to consume our souls. They're forfeit currently. He's willing to renegotiate to where we have to sacrifice 100 souls a person to him to remove the contract. We don't know the timetable for either.
So the first one could not come due for 100 years.
The first one is probably going to come due sooner rather than later. Because basically he's willing to say, oh, I'll let you off the hook, but you got to give me 100 other souls.
Yeah. I mean, chances are he won't take your soul while you're still living. It's like when you die, he takes your soul kind of thing. So it's however long you live, probably.
Okay.
But I mean, when you die,
You don't know what condition of soul he wants to put into Elduin's, kill 100 rabbits. That may not be the quality enough of soul. Instead of 100 rabbits, it might be 1,000 rabbits. But in that case, they just fuck like rabbits anyway. So.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying here, guys, you don't know enough. In my opinion, you don't know enough about what the terms are.
Yeah.
I agree.
I don't know enough about any of the terms, so.
The question is, what does it cost to summon in here? Because we could just summon in here to discuss the terms so we can actually learn what our situation actually is.
You should ask Miss Lisa that then. Or do you want me to ask her?
Probably better if you do ask her, because Elduin's not the good at talking type.
Miss Lisa, would Jerry be amenable to discussing the terms of his agreement without immediately collecting due on the previous contract?
Um,
Or the current contract, sorry, I misspoke.
I mean, probably, but you still gotta pay him to get him here.
And what would...
The couple times that I summoned him here, he destroyed a town, and then blamed all the people in the town. So it's not exactly cheap to bring old Jerry to the material plane. I mean, I could send all of you to hell.
You can.
Yeah. I don't know you'll survive, but I could definitely send you there.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Do we have a tuning fork to the material plane? Anybody? I'll fucking let me
I
check my
don't
inventory.
have anything like
I
that.
got hot cocoa made with hellfire.
I don't think I have.
That reminds me, we're on my banners. Anybody want some hot cocoa made with hellfire? Some hellfire.
I'm good. Thank
Okie dokie. I don't think I gave you a tuning fork.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I
I'm only
think I
saying it a couple
have
times.
one, but it's only to, whatever level of the 7 hells it is. Yeah, I have a tuning rod, but it's only to the material plane of fire.
I mean,
So you
how-
can get you guys there.
yeah.
Well,
How
somewhere.
hard is it? Does anybody know how hard it is to make a tuning fork? Because technically we're on the material plane. If we can make one here, I can get us back.
I have no idea.
It's also outside my area of expertise.
I don't need a fork to go between the places, so don't you eat with forks?
you.
Not the same kind of fork.
Oh. Well, I imagine it's as difficult as it is to make hot cocoa with hellfire and not burn it.
Miss Lisa, you would happen to have seen the sheriff around, have you?
Oh, I hope he wasn't here when I came back and didn't get evaporated. That would be bad. No. I came back. The place was gone. I went, shucks. Them gosh darn portals from hell. Burning things everywhere. Sat down in my chair and had some hot cocoa. And you all showed up.
Have we seen anybody shuffling towards the mushroom?
Nope.
Haven't seen anybody.
Nope.
Well, let's put this on hold. Thank you for the information, and thank you for offering the hot cocoa.
Welcome.
But we need to go see about a giant mushroom on the other side of town.
You mean Jerry's dick over there?
No, I'm not asking that question.
Should we summon Jerry to burn that thing down too?
I mean, there's not much left to pay him with.
Huh.
Unless he wants all the souls that are in there.
Yeah, they're already marked, by the way.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he can mark some people in the entirety of the Icewind Dale. Nice, perfect. Well, enjoy! Onward to the mushroom elevator. So what's going on?
Yep.
I guess. Do I see it? Is it still there or is it gone?
It's still there, and it's phallic glory, standing at attention. There is nobody around it, but the
Nobody
openings
headed
are still
towards it?
there.
All the lines are gone.
All the lines are gone.
And we don't run across anybody as we head towards it.
Nope.
Okay.
Well, it seems like it's taken in probably the entire populace of Bryn Shander by now, considering we haven't seen anyone.
Yeah, which does beg the question of where did they go? Because I did see them going up, not down. And I don't think that mushroom's big enough for the entire populace, unless the inside is, bigger than it appears.
Don't know. The only way to know would be to investigate. I really don't want to go up there.
As long as we don't try to hurt it, it shouldn't attack us, because we kind of tested that out.
Speaking of which, Victor, weren't you going to go get Grim back from Miss Robin, right?
Yep. We was gonna go try.
Yeah. Do you want company in this endeavor of yours?
It would probably be a good idea, but let me go into the tent by myself. Because if I come hauling ass out, we may have to defend ourselves.
I mean, you're not going to attack her, are you?
Not directly.
Because you are under contract, so perhaps use that to your advantage.
I'm not under a contract to her.
Oh, ha! Yes, you are.
Nope. I didn't sign anything. I didn't agree to anything.
Well, you just go ahead and keep on thinking that then, friend.
All right. Well, I guess I'm going to head back over to the tent. Is the tent still there?
Sure is.
Okay.
Do you need any help here, Warwick, or you just gonna look around while we're gone? Because I'm gonna go with him, make sure he doesn't do anything too drastic.
No, I think I'll be fine. I still got a little time left on your spell here, so.
Okay. Well, I'm going to head back over there. As we get closer, I'm going to tell Eldwin that he probably needs to remain outside, out of earshot.
Explain why first.
Just the feeling that I have. I don't know all the new stuff that this flute will do, but we may find out.
Keep the lute in your pants, the flute in your pants, and let's just go talk first.
Okay. We'll try that. Okay. I guess we go in.
Okay. The person that just whispered me around but not in, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It was me. I whispered it, in case anybody was wondering.
It's usually you. If it's not you, it's probably me.
I mean, if it's not you, it could be Daisy.
Ooh.
It's not Daisy, sometimes it's Grim. It's usually never Victor. I don't think he knows how to whisper. All right, you guys go inside the tent. You see the inside of our store as you expect to see. It's nice and lit. There are a couple of robots that looks like they're cataloging things across on the along the walls. There's a little like bell that goes off whenever you come in. And from around the corner in their, pink dress glory. Hello! And welcome. Oh, welcome back.
Hello. How are you?
I mean, other than it's the apocalypse out there, I'm doing well.
Yeah, it sure seems to be, doesn't it?
Well, time to move on. There's no one in this town to buy anything anymore.
We still do have that thing to do for you in a few days.
That's true. Only thing keeping me here right now.
Which brings me to a question. Since I was told that it is possible that a cloud came in here that was possibly one of us, one of our party members, and did not come out.
Oh? I don't see any clouds.
Right. But if you have such thing in your possession, we do need them to complete our contract with you.
You need a cloud to complete our contract?
The party member that was
Need
a
our
cloud,
party
yes.
Wait, what have you turned into a cloud?
I can show you if you so desire.
I'm interested.
Because it was my spell that did it, and it is still active.
As long as there's no funny business, child.
There will be no
Shall
funny
this-
business as long
shall
as I
this-
have your word that if you do have such thing in your possession, that you will release it.
Sure.
Right. And I'll take the minute concentrating into a cloud.
Wow. What really is a cloud? Interesting.
I'm probably this is going to be telepathy because I'm the only one that can communicate while in this form, so he would not have been able to tell you that he was a cloud. But I can.
Are you like solid as a cloud, or do things go through you?
Oh, I'm very much a gas form right now, so you could throw something and it'll right through me.
Interesting. Huh.
You didn't
Well,
happen to
that's fun, but I don't
You
have a
didn't have-
cloud on my person.
you didn't happen to see one come in here just before I did.
Well, no, I did not see a cloud come in before you. This is the first cloud that I've seen. It's in my shop right now.
Ooh. Interesting phrasing there. I'm going to be taking the minute to turn back, by the way.
Sure. So, what do you guys think that one of you as a cloud came to my shop and just stood here somehow?
Oh, yes, and the spell will be ending soon, so if you have them in something or, if they're, depending on where they are or how they are, it could cause a commotion of sorts because they will, be forced out of their form and into their physical one, which could do a number of things depending on where they are.
She's to turn around, like, just kind of like looking around and goes, well, if there's a cloud person hiding amongst the observers or something, you should probably look. Maybe I turn back into a person. Maybe get squeezed inside something.
And while she's distracted looking around trying to, do this act, I'm going to be casting Detect Thoughts. I don't know why this is popping up, but
I
sure.
don't know why he's targeting you.
Roll it just to get rid of it.
How are you focusing on?
Obviously, the shop owner. I'm just going to get surface thoughts first and push deeper depending on what I see from there.
Sure. So obviously the search that you're getting right now is
Mhm.
Her surface thought right now is actively about what would happen to a person who wasn't cloud. Turning back, they were always stuck in something else, and she keeps picturing you as a cloud stuck in like a plate helmet and wondering if because you're a cloud, if your arm would try to go through like the eye socket, or would you reform and then your head would still need the helmet.
Mm.
She's talking to, she's saying you're a cloud, and she's looking at you right now. It's the service stuff that you have. She's envisioning ways of you dismembering yourself, turning from cloud to person, and being stuck in it's too small for you.
Good. That means she's distracted, which is my opportunity, hopefully, to do this successfully and push further in, which is now the save that she has to make.
Let's say 19.
It is a 19, yes, and it could be wisdom save. Yeah, wisdom save.
You do not press. And goes no further than the service thoughts.
Um,
Here, just in your head. Sorry, words.
Mm-hmm.
while he's doing that, I'm gonna ask her if her security measures would have tripped on the cloud. Just out of curiosity.
She doesn't reply to you at all. She's dead fixed, staring out right now.
Oh, your phrasing has been very specific, and I wanted to find out the truth of the matter. You've been avoiding words and phrases, and it makes me suspect that you are indeed holding something, not directly, but it's definitely in your possession, and it is my friend that it is you have, and I need him back. Or at least that's my suspicion based on your phrasing.
You have to close the funds. Only you can do the closing to other people.
Yes. Yes.
Interesting. I don't have a cloud in my possession. I'm really confused by this.
Like I said, your phrasing
It's your
is very
phrasing.
particular. No. You keep saying on you, in your shop, things of that nature makes me think it's not here or directly in your possession, but it is somewhere that you own. Just my suspicion, because you are a woman of contracts, and contracts have very particular phrasing, as told to me by a close friend. Or at least, I think he's a close friend. He might not agree.
As your spell can end.
10 minutes or so? Give or take?
To answer your questions, security measures, yes, depending on which one could have killed it. Cloud die.
Can a cloud die?
Interesting question, right? Can a cloud die?
Mm.
Would your
give me persuasion checks? Kind of ballsy. She's tickled by that right now.
Oh my god. I needed that.
Wow.
The roleplay
Damn.
said yes.
She looks to you, she's looking at you, Elwood, and she goes, "Don't mind, we have a person stickler for the details of the contracts that make are specific. And so, it's not everybody tries to, in my mind. Usually we're afraid to, but you seem to either be brave or stupid, and I'm taking up either of those options right now. So let's do this. Yes, you cloud for disposition. If you say your spell's going to end in about 10-ish minutes, then excellent. I want to know what happens when that spell ends. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to wait until it does.
Oh man.
And if your friend survives the transformation from cloud to person, is able to escape where they are currently at, whether they live through it, as long as they escape, whether they live through it or not, I'll let them go. Even bring them back if they die. Of course, bringing them back is gonna be a cost there, but I'm sure you'll find to pay it.
If
But if he
they
doesn't come out,
Mhm.
then he's usually just really fun.
If he comes out and he's not alive, I can bring him back as long as the object is in the room, so I can do it immediately. and then I won't have to pay your cost. Or he won't either.
I learned something. I wonder. Sure, it'll be fine. Your spell ends, he becomes back to his self. Whether he survives that or not, he's yours. If he doesn't escape where he's at, though, you leave.
If he doesn't come out, I still feel compensation for a loss of a companion is due. So would you be willing to part with a particular item that I'm finding we may need soon?
I do. See her, like,
Tuning.
wiggle her hands together.
We may need a tuning fork attuned to the material plane.
Sure. Sure.
Hey, you know, I'm dealing my cards as best I can, alright? I'm Grim, you're fucked either way, right? You're fucked either way.
He's so savage.
Wow.
I just thought of something way more savage.
Uh-huh, I'm sure you have.
6 minutes until your spell ends.
Oh, yes.
Find out if he's free or if you're free, dead, or turn into a tuning fork.
That sounds like the gist of it. Well, Victor, your
It's very
information was correct.
It's very entertaining to me. I'm
Oh my god.
That's way more mean.
This is above table. There's no character knows about this. Someone may have said I should trade Victor for Grim.
It was me.
I'm sure it was.
savage, kids. Savage.
Like I said, it was a savage thought.
It is. Or your 10 minutes. You're counting down. You're at 9 minutes and 30 seconds. 45 seconds. You count down. You get 10. You're at 9. 4, 3, 2, 1. And we'll find out next time.
Hey, that's perfect.
Icewind Adventures.
You know, at least Grim will know if he's